Hello, and welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. Today we are... Okay, let me start from the beginning. So we are writing AUTOMAT. This is what you can see here. This is an application for automation of gameplay. So if you have a game that can be played by just repeating simple keystroke sequences, then AUTOMAT can help with that. It's a visual environment where you can build those machines. For example, this macro recorder, it can fill a timeline that can then be played back, and it's going to press stuff. For example, okay, right now it doesn't work, but in principle it will send keystrokes to applications. I guess I can activate it like that. If I change the key, for example, to W, that's enough. We have some bugs. Anyway, I can press this key. Okay, we have more bugs than I expected to see. Anyway, we're implementing a new rendering pipeline, which has some cool properties. We still haven't finished, but one thing that we can already see is that if you have a situation like that, when I zoom in very quickly, you can see a pixelated effect for a very brief time. This is deliberate, and this is a result of lazy rendering. So whenever we are rendering a frame, we're actually making a deliberate decision about what widgets do we want to re-render, because a lot of them are kind of slow. So we are actually reusing older textures and stretching them temporarily to display the frame slightly faster than we would otherwise.
Evil Root Zero says, "Hola, I thought today's stream was cancelled."
Hey. Actually, this is a good reminder. No, this one is not cancelled. Maybe it was last week.
Strange, I may misinterpret Twitch scheduler then.
Actually, let me see. So I should have... harmonogram. Something is wrong here. It should be, I think, 20s. Yeah. Thanks for actually letting me know. 29th should be cancelled. Okay, fixed. Thanks. Oh, now it started working and it crashed. Anyway, we will fix those bugs eventually, but the plan for today is to do those three things, and I was reading up on Skia and Vulkan, and Skia actually has two renderers. If you go into include GPU. Include GPU here. So we've been using this one called Ganesh. It is a very old and well-optimized renderer that's meant to run on a variety of backends. So it can run on OpenGL, GLES, DirectX, directly, yeah, this is a backend that actually uses some platform-specific graphics API. And we've been using the Vulkan one so far. The thing is, Ganesh was developed initially for OpenGL. And OpenGL is very single-threaded. So when I was actually looking at GR direct context, specifically the flash function, flash is the one that we are interested in, because this is the function that actually converts these Kia structures into OpenGL invocations. Here on the first line we have this statement, assert single owner. And if you look at what this actually does, code search is broken. But the definition should be somewhere high up. This calls to this skGPU, assert single owner. Okay, let's find it. So there is this fun header here, which it creates an object, right? It just creates an object which will do some code in constructor and some code in destructor. And when you look at this code that's being run, it actually gets the current thread ID, it logs a mutex, and it basically makes sure that only a single thread can access the GR direct context. So there is really not that much point to multi-threading this call. As long as we are using Ganesh, we can just do everything on one thread. We are not losing anything here, because we have a mutex locked anyway. However, we also have another backend called Graphite. We have more of them, but those are probably just utilities which are shared across backends. So the second backend that Kia has is called Graphite, and this one, I've been reading this, and it's so minimal, so clean. It's a new one, right? This is just, it's kind of working. Chrome still hasn't switched over to Graphite. But when I was playing with this, it basically looked nice. Like all of the tests seem to be passing. So I'm actually wondering about switching to this Graphite backend. Let me run. I'm not using VS Code anymore. I switched to cursor now. It's almost the same. I wanted to see how much we are using from Ganesh. Just 40 results. Okay, this is actually looking... Do I want to update cursor? Sure. The new one. Which is the new one? Okay, this is the one without build suffix.
Bad Nintendo says.
That's back.
Hey, oh. I'm switching over to cursor now. It was so nice for refactoring. It's a little bit less polished than VS Code, I would say. But very tiny things are kind of missing, like I have slightly less control over how the interface looks here. Anyway. Okay, let's also look for headers. 43 results, okay, not that bad. I am actually tempted to try to switch over to graphite. Let's try this. Let's do this. It cannot be that hard, right? But we'll do this after we do after we implement my plan for today. There is a lot of talk online about different rendering backends. So Flutter recently, they switched over from Skia to their own kind of rendering system called Impeller.
Says, hello tricky lady. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat.
For some reason, my Polish language detector thought what you just wrote is in Polish. It's probably because the just a bunch of, random characters.
Tricky lady says.
No, it's the emotes.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, the emotes. I have to exclude the emotes from the... Polish language detector. Okay, so Flutter uses this Impeller engine, and the point of the Impeller engine is that it allows shader precompilation. so there is slightly less junk at runtime. However, I think we are not going to be hurt by shader compilation at all because we have this background rendering. Right? We have this overflow, this whole system that we designed. This AUTOMAT roadmap.
So are you Polish? You have an interesting look on you. A bit like a younger Tyler Blackburn.
Yep. So our rendering pipeline is totally resilient to shader compilation junk because we have those background rendering jobs. So even if there is like super heavy rendering job, we will schedule this, it will happen in the background, and then we will composite it.
Can you change the voice low? I smoke, but my voice isn't that deep, malnourished.
There is a trick actually. If you go to live.automat.org, you can change your voice here. It requires some kind of copy pasting, but once you do that, we have a bunch of voices.
The turtle?
The turtle was slow and steady.
The turtle was
turtle was slow.
The turtle was slow and
The turtle was slow.
Turtle was slow.
Okay, so I was mentioning impeller, but in parallel, Skia developed this graphite backend, which, I mean, it still has some kind of shader compilation junk, but you can put this in a background thread. So if you use it properly, like we do, we are not going to see any of those issues. I mean, the amount of machinery in AUTOMAT rendering system is just crazy. How much code, how much effort goes into rendering stuff fast.
Like that.
Yeah. And do you know where this voice comes from? I was actually investigating this because this was included in a sample pack with the voice engine that I downloaded. This is like the sample pack from Tortoise TTS. So this is a voice from, I think, Dark Souls. In Dark Souls there is a character, like a ghost, next to one of the bonfires. And this is her voice. A very ghostly voice, I would say. Okay, we are doing painting. Drawable. Here we have present. So here we will draw the FPS counter. Okay, here we have to put some text. Okay, we don't have any FPS counters. And who writes text like that? We will call format function.
David Attenborough is an option.
Yeah, and did you have a wave file, which is at least, I think it needs at least 6 seconds of audio. It can clone any voice. It's incredible how good it is at voice cloning.
Knight says,
Hi everyone. Tortman's Hall.
Hey,
Tricky Lady says,
Stephen Hawking is not available though.
this is such a nice voice actually.
Bad Nintendo says,
Yeah, has disabled.
Our window should contain something that allows us to measure time.
Tricky Lady just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
The Evil Root Zero says,
I spilled my coffee. Rush right she wanna.
It happens on this side too. Display. And this is what I need. Okay, and here we just need to pass paint. Let's pass the default paint. I have no idea where this text is going to be drawn. I just want some number so that we can see the impact of the changes that we are going to do. Of course, it's invisible. I don't think we should be resetting matrix. Because I think the way we draw text is we are actually making sure to scale it properly. Yeah, and now we have FPS count here. I mean, it's not FPS count, it's... This is... Render time... Yeah, and we should do times 1000. I think render time is better than FPS, because FPS behaves funny. It's like an inverse of something. So render time looks good, right? Now it looks very good. Actually, it's more than render time here. The stuff that's happening here is more like this is time between frames. So it gets very bad when we zoom in or out. Ridiculously bad.
Tricky lady says.
How old are you, Math?
I'm from 89, so, I'm 35 now.
Oh, same age as I am. I'm from September.
So the zodiac is Lady, I think. My brother's also from September.
I live in Belgium.
The Evil Root Zero says.
Oh, you need to do some calculations to answer this question too. I see X Day.
Tricky lady says.
What is the idea behind your product?
It's not a product, it's more of a utility application. Something like 7-zip or VLC. It's meant to be used to automate work. I mean, it has to... there are two plans here. So the immediate plan is to play games. There was one example, I think, on YouTube. I don't know if I can find this. It's probably in live. Here, so I had this session where I was playing Black Myth Wukong. And AUTOMAT can kind of grind this manually. So here in this corner, I'm kind of overlaying previous stream. It's like stream replay. So I had this macro here, which was controlling my character and was repeatedly killing those dudes here. So it's running to them, it's pressing a couple keys to kill them, and then running back, and doing this over and over and over. And I left it like that for like 2 days, I think, and it basically managed to reach like... I didn't went far in this game. I got stuck fairly early, but this basically pushed me almost to the end game level.
Yeah, so it keys your buttons. It's basically like the bots people use to farm in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, precisely. So if the game requires you to do some repeated action over and over, then it's one way to automate it. It's still not very good at that. We are barely able to play sequences of keystrokes, and even then it crashes a lot. There are still lots of bugs. And after we finish the keystrokes, we still have mouse control to figure out gamepad. Still a lot of work ahead of us. I think we will need like a year before we have good coverage of this basic game automation.
I feel like you're trying to make games less fun.
It depends what games. I would actually say more fun. So I'm playing a lot of JRPGs, right? And JRPGs are nice when you have the like story beat or when the fights are actually challenging, right? But when you go in this phase where you have, for example, grind some items to play some gacha, or just bring your character level up a little bit, so that the game is, so that you can progress. I think in situations like that, some automation could be helpful. And it will actually make games more fun. Not competitive games, because the ones, for example, like World of Warcraft, it's... Actually, I don't know. I haven't played World of Warcraft myself. I did play some MMOs where there was grind. And I played Ultima Online, for instance. But the thing about Ultima Online is that this game actually has a built-in macro kind of playback system. So in this game, if you just click options, when you have like options for the game, like graphics, audio, there is a section called macros. If you go into the macros section, you can literally compose like a sequences of actions that your character can perform, and then you can hook key shortcuts to that. So it's like they kind of embraced it, and it didn't make the game worse. It's actually quite the opposite. So the boring actions, you just automate them. Okay, so we have a big render time. Actually, we don't even need this render time. Everybody knows what it is about. Let's just print frame time. When nothing is happening, it falls down to 2 milliseconds, which is still quite a lot. Okay, and then when we move out.
Yeah, I'll still be telling my friends you're making code to make games less fun, though.
To be honest, I'm not very much worried about games. I think games will be fine. I'm more worried about like bots, right? Or social media, this kind of stuff. So this is the area which I think is more sensitive.
So, which guitar do you play?
I know it may be surprising. I've never played any instrument. Super confusing, I know.
Trauma, not any. What?
Okay. No, actually, any musician would probably banish me from the field. Like all of the music that I'm kind of playing on stream, this is all AI generated. I had a big problem with music playback for the first couple of months when I was streaming.
Evil Root Zero says,
Well, people will still make bots for social media, even without AUTOMAT. Not a presence of a tool making people do that.
Tricky Lady says,
What do you normally listen to?
I used to work in bot detection, right? I used to do the, if you know reCAPTCHA, for instance. So the technology behind reCAPTCHA. So reCAPTCHA is just a branding, right? Behind reCAPTCHA there are multiple kind of detection systems. I was working on them. Or like Android attestations. Including hardware-backed. Oh, this.
Yeah.
This is the stuff that I was doing, and this is meant to help with bot detection. And when we've been developing this stuff, we talked with a lot of people who develop bots or develop tools for bots. So in this ecosystem, you have those people who are white hat researchers, let's call them.
Does my text not be read as long as you're talking? Because that's kind of smart.
Yeah, there is actually a system here that waits for me to stop talking. So when I have when we've been fighting abusers, you could see that the ones that we've been actually detecting, they were not developing their own tools. They were using off-the-shelf, open source tooling. For example, custom ROMs, right? For Android, well, I'm sure you're familiar with that. So custom ROMs for Android, they allow you to inject, extra hooks into the system, to tamper with apps, to automate app behavior. And you could see that there is a competition, like between the guys who are making money doing spam. There is a competition. When they discover something new, they just don't share this with anybody. This is their secret, this is their advantage over the others. So because of that, even if there is a single spammer, a single abuser who develops like a very good infrastructure, once you stop them, and there are ways to stop them, all of their technology that they developed, it disappears, like completely. Because they don't publish this on GitHub. This is literally like something that could put you in jail, like this kind of stuff. And by this kind of stuff, I mean, there are people who manage bots that have really, imaginary lives. They have imaginary work, imaginary friends, imaginary habits, interests, hobbies, they use a variety of social networks apps, but those whole elaborate schemes, they are kept secret by the people on the black market. I mean, there are people who are selling toolkits for doing this abuse, but they are less sophisticated than open source stuff. So if you look, for example, at online stuff like Magisk,
That's so cool.
Magisk is a system for modifying stuff on Android, and this is open source. This is not meant for abuse. This is just meant for making Android better, literally. It allows you to customize your system to a really great degree. You can remove bloatware. Like the big feature is that you can inject code into applications using this system. And the abusers are using this, even though it's not meant for abuse. It just happens to be like very well engineered. This is just a very well designed piece of software. And the author of this, he doesn't want this to be used for abuse, right? Because nobody wants to destroy the internet. The state of social media is it's bad and keeps declining because of automation, largely. So I'm pretty confident that even though AUTOMAT is really not that great at automation, it will absolutely be used by spammers.
Did you send anything in for the Twitch hackathon?
Twitch hackathon? I'm not so sure. Oh. Okay, so this microphone thingy, this is actually simple stuff.
Did I just gave you my visa info by pasting that link? Because now I'm worried. Just kidding, it's empty anyway. I'm not worried. At max, you put money on it because you feel bad for me.
Okay, literally, okay, Mick is silent. So this is all of the code related to
Can I ask?
to microphone detection. Uncomfortable? I'd rather not have uncomfortable questions. I mean, you can ask whatever you want. It's just I might not answer this. So microphone input, this is something you can hack with OBS. So OBS, when it runs, it keeps sending you notifications about volume. So if you just check the volume, you can see when the microphone is silent. So any kind of script that connects to OBS can query that info. Okay. So I was about to do the next change, which is to remove this stuff here. Okay, I removed flash. So flash is the slow operation. This is where shaders are compiled.
I study psychology, and you have little facial expressions.
I think I've always been like that. I'm definitely not antisocial. Like the whole reason why I'm streaming is actually because I missed kind of working with other people.
Mysterious.
Okay, we have a bunch of checks here. I think I will leave them around. They are good for finding issues. So, regarding psychology, I think a lot of the things that is sometimes diagnosed as a disease, there is always it's never black and white. Biology is never black and white. There are some things which we are calling character that somebody else would call a disease.
والإمام هجم من الشمس. It's not a اسم. بتدويو. I
Yeah, some things which I know some people who have trouble focusing on something for a longer period. And maybe this is something that's... I don't think this is something somebody is born with. I think this is something that can be trained.
That's ADHD.
Yeah, I mean, often when you have to focus on something for a long period of time, eventually it becomes exhausting and it creates this association for you that focusing becomes exhausting and it's like a perpetual vicious cycle. I think if you can find a situation where a constant focus is pleasant for you, you can train yourself to become focused for longer periods of time. Right? I have a dog, right? And when you have dogs, you can train them using the treats and clickers. And it's crazy because dogs are those hyperactive balls of emotion, right? They just do everything. They run all over the place. Especially when you're about to play with them, right? They get hyper excited. But there are ways to actually train dogs to be super patient, to be these those tiny Buddhas. There is this trick where you tell the dog to wait, and then before you give a treat to the dog, you just wait a couple of seconds. Yeah, this is the father of modern gaming, right? And the thing is, every time you do this, you can extend this period where you wait. So we've been doing this with our dog. I mean, my wife mostly does the training, but we've been doing this with our dog. And now there is this command which tells the dog to wait, and it can wait for an hour. Literally, you just tell it to sit and wait, and it's going to just sit there and wait and just be patient. You know, crazy things can be happening around, but the dog will just calmly sit down and just wait for you to tell him the next word, which is the release word. This is super convenient when there is some food around.
I disagree, as I have ADHD myself. Okay, Pavlo.
But you know, you can try. So my trick is to, it doesn't have to be a treat. It doesn't have to be anything sweet or stuff like that. If you can convince yourself in your head that you enjoy something, I don't know, it worked for me very well.
It works with enjoyment, that's true.
Okay, how do I call this commit? Because there are like 3 different things here. Let's just call it FPS counter. So even habits like getting up early, I was able to do that for some time. I cannot anymore. Now I'm getting up at, I don't know, 9. But I used to get up at 6 a.m., and it was nice. I got so much time.
But for example, I'm very bad at reading long, boring texts and remembering them. My eyes move over it, but my brain doesn't want to register it and will bump to other subjects.
Yeah, I have a trick for that as well. It doesn't work for all texts, and it's not easy to implement. But there is a trick for remembering stuff for very long on the first read without any repetition or stuff like that. The thing is to think about this before reading the text. To try to kind of predict to just think about what you're about to read and to try to predict what's going to be there. Then when you read it and when you see something different that you didn't predict, and most likely you didn't predict, the contents of the text, then it's easier to remember it. It works especially well for just complex stuff like math and math data structures and algorithms. Okay, we have those 2 bugs, and we'll do the bugs later. Okay, I have to fold all of this. So what I really want to do now is let's start measuring time.
Like if I read the snake goes under the bridge and then my brain would go, Snake, Harry Potter, Voldemort. I wonder how they made his nose so flat. I should look up what the actor's nose looks like in real life. And in meantime, my eyes are at page 2 of the text I'm reading.
Oh yeah, this is common. This happens all the time. It's not only you. This kind of zombie reading, where you start reading something but then while reading you're thinking about other things. Okay, so here we are drawing the overflow, right? I think that before drawing anything, yeah, I have no tricks for this kind of reading, so this problem with reading. When this happens, it's usually just a bad writing, because it's not interesting.
ADHD, in general, is extremely common. 50 of the world has it, and as children even 70, but some really do just grow out of it. At this point, I wouldn't say it's an illness anymore, but just part of human personality.
Yeah, I would agree with this last statement very much. Okay, let's say if we exceed 15 milliseconds, then we will just break. However, this stuff, the stuff which is not rendered, we have to store it somewhere in some kind of global list. Yeah, actually, Overflow Q. That was a very nice name. So sometimes Copilot is just creepy good. So we will copy the stuff from Overflow into Overflow Q. And here we are going to iterate over Overflow Q. I think that should work. So some of the drawables will just be not rendered at this point when the next frame starts.
Like you said when you would wake up, there's two types of people as well. There's people who wake up and are ready to start the day, and people who wake up and feel very blurry in their mind. Night versus day people. Night people don't have an illness. It's an evolutionary gene that was used to keep our camp safe. If all people were tired and awake at the same time,
Yeah, I think this... So, evolutionary biology has this tendency that it always makes sense. It's no way to verify that, but it sounds plausible, what you say. Okay, we got an issue.
there's research done on that. In neuropsychology. But we're still very far behind in neuropsychology.
Yeah, I was super interested in those things a couple of years ago. I fell behind now. And not in psychology, but
Because at this point, the only ways to treat mental illness are focused on the dopamine and serotonin hormones.
there is plenty of more of this stuff. I mean, I thought there are like plenty of neurotransmitters that can be stimulated, like even regionally. Okay, we still have an issue.
And there's plenty more hormones undiscovered, or just with little knowledge about them.
Oh, this is actually a nice crash. Actually, no, it's not nice. Okay, we have a bug somewhere. I want to narrow it down where it happens. Because I can only detect this bug when the widget finishes rendering. I want to see if this bug comes from pack frame. Can be a set.
As for autism, it has 3 levels, but they're now currently working on detecting it prenatal in embryos, and they can only detect level 2 and 3. So that would mean level 1, which was the former Asperger's, isn't related to it either. So that might also be part of our human evolution.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that we can... I mean, autism is slightly different than ADHD, right? Autism is kind of very... I know it's not black and white, but it makes life very, very hard for people who have it. But it's nice that there's more and more medicines or like ways to influence the neurochemistry. Yeah, like using medicine which modifies the brain function, it feels kind of crazy. It's like a machine that's modifying itself.
While the level 1 has some social issues, it's not that serious. I do think that could be taught. Level 2 and 3 are more moving towards completely dysfunctional.
Knight says,
Sometimes, while writing code in JavaScript, I struggle when writing functions that I know can be implemented in multiple ways. I wonder which one I should choose. But you write as if there's only one way to do it. Do you ever have doubts while writing?
I think I always picked the... I think when I learned programming, I learned the procedural way. So I always did everything in the kind of ifs and for loops approach. And then as I was kind of getting more and more tricks, I overused them initially always. So when I first learned JavaScript, I used a lot of callbacks. When I learned what was it? Go. I started to use the coroutines or like Go routines a lot, like ridiculously a lot. Yeah, I think after kind of abusing each of the techniques a lot, I get roughly a feel when they will be good.
Understand.
Yeah, so I think I don't have doubts. I think I don't have doubts because I was using each of those techniques a lot. Or like functional, I think in Java there was this Java and early JavaScript, you know, the jQuery times. This is when functional programming was crazy. Is going to guess. Nice. This kind of completion that happened here, this is like this is a really impressive stuff. Nice. Okay, let's see if this detector is going to catch the bug now.
Hey lady, sorry, your last chat message got overlooked.
Yeah, we've been talking about autism. Honestly, I'm not an expert on autism. When I hear those things, I have no ways of verifying this. Verifying or like even... how do you say? Yeah, to take a stance. To respond to that. I had a friend who is a surgeon, and he was talking to me about different medicines that can influence when people have depression, right? They get those medicines. And he told me that they have those two medicines that they have to be given with a week of break, because the first one improves your mood, but it has a very slow ramp-up effect. It makes you kind of more optimistic, but it works very, very slowly. And there is another one which makes you more active, it makes you not want to stay in bed all the time, and it forces you to do stuff, to take stuff into your hands. It just makes you more proactive. But the thing is, you cannot give somebody them at the same time, because if somebody has depression and you give somebody like a medicine which kind of makes them more active, they could hurt themselves. So they had, like, it was actually a real issue that people would just commit suicides where they were given like those two medicines. So they had to actually introduce a delay between those kind of two medicines, so that first their kind of mood would improve, and only after that they would get bump into their kind of activity and their drive.
Tricky Lady says,
I think Moff is just not interested. But he's just giving me focused faces on everything, so I have no clue what he gets excited about.
Knight says,
I think this lady might see someone who is focused as obsessive. I believe this lady still has a lot to learn. She shouldn't make a diagnosis.
Tricky Lady says,
I think once you know 90 of the code language, you'll likely just start using the simplest solution for an issue, and move the old ideas somewhere more to the back of your brain.
When I think about different things of, like, for example here, I wanted to see if the issue is within pack frame or outside of pack frame. And yeah, I just had to introduce a counter and to count stuff that goes in and out of this function. And now I see the issue is probably outside of the pack frame, which is actually, I don't like that. It's actually a bigger issue for me.
You need to add percentage symbols to your bot.
What do you mean? Is there no percentage? Anyway, so when I was implementing this, so honestly, like in terms of the data organization, there is probably just one way to do it, but there were probably a couple different APIs too.
Because it's not reeling them out if you type.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so the issue that we are dealing with is actually nasty. I have no idea why.
Does it do it for money? $5. Five.
I think dollars. I think that this TTS, it actually recognizes some characters. So I would guess dollars are probably handled by them.
Only dollars.
See, and there is this dollars array. Normalize numbers. Actually, it should normalize pounds. there is an expression for that.
It said 2.
Or maybe this is a function I need to call manually.
Pounds.
Okay, normalize numbers. Expand numbers. Okay, actually we got an error here. Widget 206 has been repacked. Yep. Okay, print its name. I missed this, yeah, of course, because it's not causing immediate failure. Okay, this is a relief actually, because it means that the bug is in our code, not in Skia. I was afraid of a bug in Skia, which would be scary to fix. Okay. Okay, this packing, it was not overflow, it was regular repack. Okay, I have an idea. So I have this widget tree. I have packed, overflowed, intersects. I'm thinking about replacing those with an enum. Because if intersects is false, then implicitly both of those will also be false. If packed is true, then those two will be false. If overflow is true, then others will be false. It's an enum, really. And here, when I'm doing this job creation, let's call it, I think if a widget, so this I should change into a loop where I check each of the parents for draw time. Actually, I only need to check the immediate parent. Okay, let's first switch this to an enum. Let's call this verdict. Enum class for nicer names. Unknown pack overflow, and this we only need to know when this is false. Let's call this skip invisible. And skip maybe not invisible. Clipped. Now we can replace those with a verdict. Which introduces a lot of errors that we will now fix. This draw to texture, another field which we can skip, like remove. And the user interface here is could be better.
Knight says,
Using AUTOMAT, for example, I will create users bot on a platform named A, and after some time, a security check will appear to verify they are not robots. Could there be a solution for this?
You mean for the platform or for the botter? For somebody who's writing about? Because in this scenario, both of those sides could be in the wrong, and both of those sides could be in the right.
says, Hello Knight. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English.
Okay, I need to change the confidence score. or maybe some reputation system. And there are solutions, yeah. I can mention some of them. So a lot of them rely on, like in the anti-abuse world, a lot of the techniques rely on secrets. This is like a game of cat and mouse. So a bunch of them are never really shared, because if the spammers knew what they were, they would be able to perfectly imitate being a human. But some of them, they work regardless of whether they are public or not, and I can mention them. So one of them is... the solution is actually platform specific. Because if you have a browser, like an incognito mode browser, there is really not much that can be detected here. I mean, even for incognito browser, you can ask the browser to ask the operating system to provide some kind of proof that this is an actual user. So there is a whole kind of field of those technologies. They are little known. They are only known by people who are working in this like anti-abuse field. They are generally called attestations. There is one for Apple devices, maybe not for managed attestations, maybe... Why is it in Polish?
Tricky Lady says,
What dog do you have, B Teddy you, and what's the name?
She comes here sometimes, it's just... I rarely show her. So Apple, I will show you a photo in a moment. Apple has those attestations, like this one. Android has their own attestations. And there was a project to also introduce attestations on the web. But there was some pushback there. So I don't think they were fully implemented. So Android has those attestations. I mentioned them a couple of times because I used to work on them, actually. Those attestations, they are actually pretty nice. I'm not super familiar with the Apple attestations, but they can confirm that you are an actual user without revealing any identifiers about you. So this is actually... So here you have this unique ID, for instance. This unique ID is actually not unique per user. I mean, it is unique per user, but it rotates periodically. So this is an identifier which cannot be used to track people a long time. So it's a very privacy-friendly identifier. And Apple has some of their own solutions. I think they are using slightly different cryptography to make this work. I'm pretty sure Apple also makes sure not to reveal trackable identifiers. But this is something that works end-to-end. It's like application has to ask operating system, the operating system has to get those identifiers from the secure boot. So it actually establishes a chain of trust from the identifier to secure boot, which verifies that the device and the browser have not been modified in any way.
Knight says,
Understand. .it.
And in the browser you can have I think on every event you have this isTrusted property, which tells you whether the event comes from actual device on the operating system or whether it was injected using some automation mechanisms. So generally speaking, most of the tools for this are there. I think this is what reCAPTCHA is actually using to check, if you have a checkbox, reCAPTCHA checkbox, where you click it. This is like one of the fields that reCAPTCHA is looking at. It's just checking if the click event is coming from a physical device or not. And then also trying to check those platform-specific attestations. Yeah. This is my dog. That photo was made because she shouldn't have been there. And you can tell by looking at her that she knows she shouldn't have been there. Okay. Let's continue this. I removed this property. I hoped I could replace this with an enum. It seems like I need this draw to texture. If we reached pack, we can skip. Okay. Also, yeah, we are slowly getting there. This code is actually looking less and less messed up. I think that should help. I'm pretty sure there are some bugs here. I don't know how to handle skips here. I should really analyze this tree in more phases. Okay, so here I create the list of jobs. If a tree node has a parent and that parent is still being drawn, then we skip those elements. Cool. We do not create jobs for them. Those list utilities should probably, I don't know. Actually, this checker, I can move it here. and I can put a breakpoint here. So now, when I run this under debugger, I will be able to investigate the contents of the tree. I will see why we are repacking some widgets. Okay. Prototype button has been repacked. Okay, that name doesn't really help me much. Let's continue. Okay, and we have an error. Okay, one more attempt. What's that? Actually, And this will give me the infinite. Another attempt. Okay, 1 to 1 in the tree. Now we can investigate the contents of the tree. So our 1 to 1 has verdict pack, parent 64. Let's go to 64. 64. I guess this is... So if this was prototype button, this must be toolbar. Okay, so the parent is 0. Okay, verdict is also pack. Why this could happen? This should be prevented by the new code that we just added. So this is the current value. So for some reason we have set this to pack, right? Packed true. I think there is just one place where we are setting this value. It's here. Who has a parent 1-to-1? This one. 1-to-2, which is also pack. What kind of widget is that? No widget. How? Oh no, something that holds a statement. Okay, so this is just a Blackboard widget. So what must have happened? The scale of the object must have changed. Okay, that's my problem. I messed this up. It should be parent. More debugging. Okay, we triggered it. I equals 1, good. Verdict is pack. And if we look at our widget, blah blah, yeah. We actually don't need this array here. We can use draw time to track that. But okay. I will stop this. I will clean the state and try to debug this again. The issue happens when we render very fast. Okay, irrelevant. Continue. Oh crap. The error happens when the canvas is mostly empty and the rendering is very fast, so I'm trying to delete some of the objects first. Now it should be easier to trigger the issue. Segmentation fault, okay. This is empty. Why do we cast to machine? Okay. I think we need to update. This is what we need to do. Yeah, those parent links are broken. It's even hard to say what kind of widget this is. Key presser. Actually, this key presser should have a decent location set up. Aha, we are creating a location through unique pointer. does this even compile? We only have a constructor that accepts shared pointer. Anyway, this needs to be make shared. At some point, we have to get rid of this. Can we do that? Nope. Oh, it's a shared pointer. Finally. Okay, the root machine has been repacked. Index is 1. Let's look at the tree. Yeah, verdict pack. The root window obviously is also packed. Okay, one of the widgets is being packed, and this is our shortcut button. And this one overflow. Alright. Strange. And this one is in drawing. How about 2? And this one is not. So maybe the verdict was different here. That would explain why we are not propagating stuff. Okay, yeah, we have a location in between, and that location has a slightly different verdict. It would be nice, I know what's the issue now. It would be nice if we could just remove the widgets without textures from the tree altogether. So no locations. I could fix this in two ways. Either I remove those three lines and it will start working, or I will rework this whole search loop, which also could fix it. So essentially, this line would have to go up somewhere here. Actually, no, this is a little bit more complex because each widget in the tree also has a transform. Okay, I will fix it by deleting those three lines. Okay, we have decent FPS. I mean, I'm unable to grab any object now. I want to see the debug build, because now we fixed the bugs. So I think the debug build should be kind of fast now. Look at that. I can move screen. And the widgets are redrawn. Although it is a little bit glitchy. But eventually things render, so that's nice. And the frame rate, this is not a release build, this is the debug build now. I just wonder why some of the widgets never appear. Yeah, we get some weird behaviors now. But it's not crashing, so that's nice. The detection code . I think we can remove these currently drawing widgets. Each of those lines is a bug actually that we have to fix. Not steady now. Steady point minimum. This is the guard value that we are using. So now we're basically ensuring that we never render for too long. Yeah, I wonder where those visual glitches are coming from, but the smoothness is there, right? Actually, to test this, we could record... Oh. We have so many bugs now. It's almost unusable. Just too many bugs. But we did what we wanted to do. So we are not drawing all of the overflow widgets. We are kind of spreading the rendering over multiple frames now. Some of the connection widgets, you can see that they are choppy, so they are rendering. I think this is working. I think this is working. So they are jumping kind of on screen, right? They are pixelated. They are rendering every second or every third frame. So this is what we wanted to achieve. So a single slow widget doesn't slow the whole rendering pipeline. I love this. It's so great. It's so smooth. I mean, it's broken, but at least the choppy animation is there. It's both choppy and pixelated. Wow. It's so nice. The whole system is fast. but the connections are slow. Nice. Sorry, now I will play with this for a moment. Okay, just for fun, I would like to run the event bench test, the one which checks performance. I think we should see improvements to AUTOMAT's performance now. Okay, I think it should have stopped.
Rosanson says,
My respects for your talent. I've been dabbling with coding for a few years, but such complex things you do on your streams are not even in my head. Really impressive to look at.
Thanks. It's nice to hear those things. Game development really pushes you to do more complex stuff. I guess it's easy to kind of get locked in web development where you just interact with the sandbox, like very limited, I would say, kind of programming kind of ecosystem. Drift is 0 milliseconds. Something's wrong here. Sorry. Thanks, Roses. It's good to hear that. We fixed jitter. It looks like, I know that AUTOMAT is very broken right now. It looks like totally unusable thing, but did we really get drift 0 milliseconds? What were the previous values? So we have a log here. It used to be pretty significant. Okay, another attempt. One more. Okay, now it closed itself. So now the jitter went down by 2, like it's half of what it was, and drift is essentially 0 now.
Well, web development I love and is kind of a safe haven. So game development scares me. What you say makes sense.
There is like even different kind of, there are plenty like fields. There are also those algorithmic competitions. Like ICPC. I don't remember the website. There was a website where people solve those problems. This is a very fun pastime because, first of all, this is like solving Sudokus, right? Those problems. And the side effect of solving them is that you kind of learn some cool tricks. Zero milliseconds, and jitter is half of what it was. Phew. That probably makes sense because now rendering and logic happen on completely separate threads. So when the timer wakes up, it doesn't have to wait until the frame finishes rendering. It can immediately update, like send key events. We have data races, we cannot see them because that's the thing about data races, they happen and the software keeps working. Wow. And that jitter, I don't know what is causing the jitter. I think this could be maybe the Linux scheduling. That's what I think. I think if we replaced the sleep function with spin lock, we could probably also drive that to 0 milliseconds. Okay, so the reason those numbers are important is that this means that AUTOMAT is not going to desynchronize itself from the game anymore. So synchronization issues are going to be less of a problem now. Okay. Actually, let's record this. Let's do 10 test runs. Okay, it failed. Okay, I don't want to record them. I don't know why, but sometimes the Ctrl Q does not work. Maybe I need to press the Ctrl Q a couple times. Maybe it was thinking that it's still pressed. Okay, anyway. Looks nice. Results not saved. Okay, now Ctrl was pressed. This is another bug we have to fix. We have so many of them. Okay, now we have a nice result with a small drift. Okay, do we want to save the results? Yes. And this is the result from today. Maybe 3 should be enough. Okay. One more attempt. Cool. Okay, so 2 weeks ago, exactly 2 weeks ago, we had average jitter of 40 something milliseconds. Now it's about 16. This is awfully close to frame rendering time. And we had a drift of between 10 and 20 milliseconds. Now it's almost non-existent. There is still some drift. We will think of ways to bringing this to 0, 0 through 0. cannot push this, because if I push this, the Windows build will just fail, and the Linux build is going to be very, very broken. So first we have to fix all of the issues. There's quite a lot of them. So switching over to Graphite, I will actually leave this for later. So today we will create a better debug visualization and try to fix as many bugs as you can. Yeah. I had an idea for a very fun debug visualization. So this is about this piece which draws the red borders. This is debug rendering. I will remove it from here. Move this into widget. So here we have a piece of code which draws the red borders, right? I mean, not here actually. Here we are drawing the red borders. Actually, that's interesting. We could draw those borders not here, but here. Okay, and we don't need this check here because we are checking this in pack frame. I actually think this is the better place to render the debug overlay. Okay, I have to stop this. Here is how AUTOMAT works normally. We still have plenty of issues. For example, the clipping here, or the partially rendered widgets for some reason. Those gray areas. I think they are caused probably because of lack of semaphores. We don't have double buffering. So the fact that stuff is rendered like that, it probably means... Okay, this is actually something that we can fix when we move over to graphite. Those gray areas here. Widgets kind of initially are looking weird. So the thing is, after we do this flash, in this flash info, we should probably insert semaphores. Those signal semaphores. And then widgets which need those surfaces here. Here we should wait for those semaphores somehow. But Graphite has facilities for that. So in Graphite this is going to be simple. So essentially what happens is we are telling the GPU, hey, please render this texture. And then we are using this texture immediately before the GPU had the time to actually do the rendering. So this operation should have a semaphore here, waiting for this fun. Anyway, I wanted a nicer debug layer. Okay, so instead of drawing something using local bounds, I will use draw bounds. Sorry, no. I want to take local bounds I want to actually render at the pixel boundary of the actual surface. instead of using red paint, I will use cooler paint. Okay, so first I will disable this. I want to see if I'm drawing stuff without anti-aliasing. No, actually it looks like I could make it smaller by half a pixel. Okay, nicer. Now the lines are sharp. When I zoom in and out, there are some strange things happening with the surface. And those textures, they are jumping all over the place. I wonder why is that? It has to be because of smooth animation. I wonder what was that texture here. This looks like the boundaries of the machine. Yeah. This is why I like having those debug layers. We are doing something weird with the bounds that we are drawing on the surface. anything with those root bounds around it. They should animate. I mean, they should probably only be updated when we issue the draw command. So we should make a copy, kind of, when we start the drawing. But okay, we will update this in a second. I messed up. I've changed the red paint. I wanted to have a nice shader here. Sweep shader, yeah, this one. Now we need an array of colors. let's say 10. And then we have flags. What are the flags that we can pass there? Okay, we overdid it. I should probably change this mode to set style, stroke style, yeah. Actually, it could be wider, the stroke here. Okay, so we have this rainbow stroke. I will make it larger. Set width to actually in this pause. We'll play with this position now. because the reason I'm drawing this so thick is that I want to see which objects are being updated. So instead of having alpha 255, I will do it like that, so that it's getting transparent. Maybe in the other direction. Okay, let's make it rotate. So I want the rotation to actually follow the time when the widget is being drawn. So I think here I should use... What do we have in Shopee Drawable? Render started. I think this is the draw time, yeah. This is what I want. I remember there was a function to truncate floating point value. Oh yeah, this. Cool. Actually, no, we will do it differently. We will construct a rotation matrix for this shader. Okay, float doesn't have enough accuracy, unfortunately. Let's use doubles. This is strange. Okay. Should probably find a better rotation function here. Okay, this is changing probably because draw time is being reset. Why is it jumping? Oh, this is the integral part. Okay, so this is why cursor was fighting me so much, because I was making a mistake. And we need to pass. Okay, now you can see the animation only runs when I actually point to this thing. We should change the direction, and I think this should be good now. It's rotating pretty fast, so maybe let's divide this by 4 maybe. So you can see that when I move my screen, this texture is not updated because it's not rotating. And when the animation is choppy, the marker also moves in jumps. So some of the markers move smoothly, like the one around the border of the window. It's just constantly smooth. But the ones inside, they are jumping. Which is good, this is what we want. Yeah, now we have this issue which was frozen. Okay, so this is clearly because of root bounce rounded. We probably updated this or didn't update this fast enough. So somehow the onDraw function is still able to make it work correctly, but we are getting clipped rendering. Fixable, totally fixable. And one more thing I would like to include here is some kind of text that indicates how fast we are rendering. Okay, we have some text now. It is always rendered at position 0, 0. Okay, this is not great. I don't really want to draw this at position 0, 0. I feel like there are multiple hellos drawn one over the other here. Actually, no, I don't want to have those. This matrix backup. Or maybe I do. It's hard to say. I think I can mess up the matrix. I don't think I need to save and restore. Yeah, definitely. I used to mess it up. So the renderer will handle like fixing of the matrix. need to draw this after the surface, because otherwise it would be obscured. Maybe top. Because I know in Skia they are reversed. Okay, so now I can dump a piece of text for every widget. The stuff that's happening here is interesting. I'm not going to draw the hello text. What I want to do is draw me this. This is what I want. I want to get an estimate of how long it takes to draw a widget. So now I can see for each widget on screen how long it takes to draw them. So this is a feedback for me that those ones should be optimized first. The ones which have the higher numbers. Okay, I will make a short break to grab some food. And then we can start fixing more bugs. I think the goal of better debug visualization is complete. There is maybe one thing I might have liked here. It's to have an indicator which tells me whether this widget was packed or not. Yeah, so I can even start the macro recorder. No, it will crash. Of course.
Electus 200 says,
On the jet.
Hey, yeah, I'm just taking a break, so see you soon.
Are you in metal, Band-Aid? Look that hair.
Okay, that was shorter than expected. Okay, time to fix these jumping, those jumping textures. So we have those root bounds around it. We will refactor this probably to a different place in a moment. And that should fix it. Isn't it smoother now, right? Whoa. So for each of those widgets, we can now compute how long it takes to draw them. So we can pack frames properly. Okay, time to fix all the bugs and clean the code. Just commit, no syncing. Let me try debug. Because I want to see what FPS are we going to get in the debug mode. Isn't this nice? It's almost... So the debug mode now is as fast as release mode was before. Because we are not redrawing everything immediately. In debug mode, every widget is slow to render, but the ones which require shader compilation, they are just terribly slow. Speaking of which, we can probably fix them now. There is a bug here. It shouldn't be that slow. We can remove that. This is unnecessary now. I think... Okay, in draw present, do we even use this? I think we do. Yep. I would like to move some of those properties into choppy drawable. I don't think we really need to inherit from drawable here. change anything. Okay, I did. Okay, let's remove this base class. It's unnecessary. For now, let's do it like that. Okay, and instead of calling drawable, we will do ctx canvas save and restore. And on draw here. This should essentially do the same thing. ID, okay. I used to take the ID from choppy drawable, but I cannot do this anymore. And here we essentially have to do the same thing. Canvas save, Canvas restore. Okay, that should be it. Those cleanups are important because they make code actually readable. The speed at which debug build works makes me very happy now. It's laggy, but the lags, they are not on the, let's say, critical path of me working. The initial render started looking funny now. It's nice because each button on the numpad has different rendering time. I actually wonder, did we have those issues before? think we can remove this on get bounce. And this header. And we can rename this now. Cool. So it's not going to be called onDraw. Is there an error? Where? Oh yeah. Okay, so we have the update function, the draw function, and then we have render, and the final one, composite. Okay, instead of onDraw, let's call this maybe composite texture. Is there such a word? Composite. It's actually not a texture, this is actually a surface. Instead of render, let's make it render to surface. Why they haven't been initially rendered? I wonder. Okay, since we removed the choppy drawable, this should really be part of the widget now, I think. Yeah, I think we should remove the choppy drawable altogether. Let's do that. Okay, next the methods. We don't need constructor, we don't need widget, we don't need ID. We just need to copy those two methods into widget. Can remove that. What happened here? We will figure this out. So many bugs, but we have to fix them slowly. Oops. think we can rename this to surface bounce. Naming is very sensitive here. We are already using surface bounce. I think this should be surface bounce local. Okay, those root bounds rounded, they shouldn't really be part of the widget. Because this is only used when we are analyzing the tree of widgets. So this actually belongs here. Yeah, widgets are massive. I need to make them smaller. And they can be massive, it's really not that big of a deal. I think I could sort those members by the life cycle usage. And this draw time copy and present, they're slightly weird. I actually wonder those root bounds, where do we use them? Not here. Okay, it could actually be a local variable. think local bounds are used in other places. Yep, here. I think I can also remove local bounds and merge this with draw to texture. So this is optional. Instead of having a function that computes it, we could say that the update function is responsible for updating local bounds. And then we don't need draw to texture. Let's see if this still works. Recording, yeah. This is something that we can use instead of this draw time. Okay, let's submit stuff that we can submit. Okay, we can remove this draw time copy now. Cool. Stuff seems to work. Yeah, not only we removed an unnecessary timestamp from here, but we're also releasing the memory more eagerly. Okay, last used is not used at all. Okay, this draw matrix, we are using this to check if we need to update the rendering, like because the scale has changed. And here. We used to use it here.
Remote pass effect.
Actually, instead of storing local to window, I could store window to local, right? These draw to texture and texture bounds, they are kind of redundant. I think we can make this actually readable. Okay, so the project for right now is let's remove texture bounds. Actually, let's remove this whole function, because we have to cache those bounds anyway within widget. So we can just store them as optional. It's getting smaller and smaller. I'm thinking though that objects that don't have a texture, they also don't have draw time, this or this or this. Yeah, we don't record them, so there is no recording. There is no this, no this, no this, no this, and no this. So all those options, all those properties of widget, and even ID, there's even no ID. For objects that are not being drawn into textures. And no invalidation time. Okay. I'll be right back and we can do this. We can remove texture bounds somehow. Okay, we have to take care of those texture bounds. For now, let's just do this. Actually wonder how it's going to work for widgets which are off screen, but they are invalidated and they want to change their size to enter the screen. I think actually the style that we are doing here is probably the right way. go about this. Yeah. So maybe we shouldn't remove the function from here. Yeah, we should keep it, because widgets which are resized, we need to get up-to-date size information. When we are searching the widget tree. Okay, we are actually not using the tree in this step. It means it can go before this one. And this loop we can actually match with this one. So if the current widget is still being drawn, we don't really need to descend into children. Instead of I self, let's just call this I. Actually, I could probably even skip this section, because we are not even entering widgets which are still being drawn.
MMCSO says,
Hello.
Hey, hello. I think we can start fixing the bugs now. I'm trying to clean up the code as much as I can before we proceed, but it feels like it's as clean as it can get. I was thinking about moving all of those properties into some other struct so that the widget is smaller. And maybe this and this. They could also be probably wrapped in some structs, because those values here, those are kind of things that we want to send to the client to render the widget. This matrix recording, surface bounce root, maybe not all of them. Oh yeah, and draw time, actually yeah, draw time as well. And when we are done, the client should send those things, the client should use those things to render the widget afterwards. I wonder why are we not packing this triangle? We should. Yeah, the render time is tiny. So we see some artifacts. Those artifacts are because we are probably using the older texture and just scaling it. But if the rendering is fast, the widget should really be packed. Okay, the next issue is that we have this slow-mo effect. And we have the padding issue, weirdly. Okay, it still happens. Like here. Okay, let's look at this initial render. Because I think this used to work, we must have broke it very recently. So we get something like that. We have fairly fast rendering. When I move this around, not refreshing the widgets at all. I think when I hover over one of them, they will refresh. Not yet. When the invalidation happens, the refresh will happen. Yeah. This is strange. So apparently now we kind of composited. We refreshed all of these surfaces. It's like it looks just like what was this? It looks like this doesn't work. Okay, this may actually make sense. So this is what should propagate the rendering to parents. Okay, so the issue happens here. We see very little objects other than delay and prototype button. I think we may have ID collision between widgets. What? Oh yeah, I used %s. It should be %d. think there is an issue with the first frame. So initially this list is empty, and then we are packing a bunch of widgets. I think initially we assume that each rendering time, each draw time is not a number. I think we have a default value somewhere. Anyway, so all of them, I guess, were packed in the initial frame. Okay, then we got a response saying that everything was rendered. Okay, actually the issue is not here. It must be something related to our composition. Because in the first frame, we are actually rendering all of the widgets we are packing all of the widgets. They should all be immediately presented on the screen. None of them go into overflow initially. What? Okay, Copilot is really good. I want to see the order that we are rendering the frames in, the widgets. We should render from the end, kind of. How does it look? Yeah, so we get render to surface. Looks good. This stuff here. So we are starting with the toolbar. First we are rendering the text box for this timer. Then the timer, then the prototype button. Then we are doing the yin-yang icons and the flip-flops. And the prototype button. Probably the second one. Okay, and finally we are rendering the toolbar itself. And when we are rendering the toolbar, we should use the pre-rendered images for children. Okay, I see the issue.
Knight says,
Have you ever tried Proteus before? In terms of interface and usability, it is similar to AUTOMAT. Actually, it resembles the project you reviewed in the last stream more.
Let me check it out. The PCB design application. Okay, there is also a game, Proteus. It's
Yes.
probably okay.
Hello everybody and welcome.
Yeah, there are similarities. I think the intent here is mostly to design stuff that you're then going to build, as opposed to just... Pretty nice. So in 2 minutes you can build a machine like this one. And it's actually simulated. Nice. I mean, it looks good. What can I say? I think it's meant for different use case. It's different than Widget Workshop, and it's different than AUTOMAT. The use case really decides a lot here. So Proteus is obviously like PCB design. Widget Workshop is an educational tool, like Scratch. AUTOMAT is more like a shell. I mean, eventually, like the end goal. Initially, it's yeah, because of those different goals, there are a lot of different choices. I think a lot of the educational tools could be improved, I mean upgraded to not educational tools, including Scratch. I think or Blockly, which is the library behind Scratch. If the team behind Blockly decided that, okay, let's stop making like a tool for children, let's make a tool for like professionals, and they started to optimize it for being fast to use, for having a wide set of actions, like a big library of tools that you can pick from, working on usability. So I think when people design educational tools, I don't think they care about user experience too much. Scratch gives you a nice experience for very simple programs, and then as they get more complicated, it becomes very cumbersome to use. Same with Widget Workshop, right? And it's not that crazy to just add some better UI to make it more professional oriented. It's a nice find. Thanks for sharing. Okay, so this is our issue. We shouldn't have used compose surface. Because this draws the old surface. We need the drawable here, because drawable is something that Skia can record without execute. The only way to execute stuff lazily in Skia is through drawables. Okay, so I will have to revert some of the stuff that I've done.
I still can't say I understand why you haven't implemented something like a macro playback in Excel.
It's totally doable. I think Excel can even invoke Win32 APIs. So if you really want, you can force Excel to do anything. Okay, lazy compose surface. Texture bounds. This is what I want. Actually, it doesn't have to be a unique pointer. It can be just inline. We probably don't even need to initialize this widget here. Because we can play with offsets. No. So this is a nifty trick that allows us to save some minimal amount of memory. But it's a cool one. We don't need to initialize anything this way. Because from pointer to this member, we can find the pointer to widget.
Is there a new conference?
No, that I'm familiar with. I was thinking about going to CCC this year. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if they are happening actually. This will probably be a good time to get tickets actually. yeah, I will totally go to CCC this year. It seems it's possible to get a ticket this time. I haven't been there in a long time. Okay, so the thing is, instead of drawing stuff directly, we are going to do this. I should probably remove those consts from everywhere. They're just causing issues. Let's see if that works. Nope. Yeah, but this is something I broke. So we are always rendering like one frame behind. This is why we have those artifacts here. And the margins are larger than they should be. So we can accelerate rendering by one frame if we fix it. Okay, I think this draws stuff immediately. Any other arguments? Nope. Nice. Okay, we still have artifacts here, but the initial render now looks good. Okay, we should probably leave a comment here.
Causal Islands didn't publish your latest event. I would have liked to watch it.
Causal Islands. Maybe they are still editing this. And none of those are actually from the Berlin conference. I don't recall those people. There is a Discord for Causal Islands. When they post the videos, I will somehow link them. I don't know how. But to the best of my knowledge, they haven't been published yet. Okay, I did some cleanups here. Now the initial frame should be already fully rendered with all of the objects. Yeah. I think this widget should be packed. And if it's packed, then it shouldn't be rendered like choppy. It shouldn't be pixelated at all. So we have some very subtle rendering issues still. I mean, more than subtle. When I pan around, yeah, we can experience this fun event. There we go. Where nothing is being rendered. I think when I hover over one object, then we will update some stuff, but not all apparently. Okay. Okay, the next one is about choppy widgets, which seem to be running in the very weird slow motion. Let's try to trigger this. Yep. When I zoom in and out, the eyes are moving slower than they should. The reason why this happens is obviously that here when we're calling widget update, it's actually using the time between the current and previous frame, and actually the widget wasn't updated for a long time. And here as well. I think we should use this draw time here. I actually wonder, maybe we can get rid of the system now? What could break? Okay, and this is practically unused. Okay, things are working. This now is actually not used anywhere. It is not. Cool. Trying to remove all the usages of system now. I think here we are going to need this. Or maybe not. It's weird to me why we are not packing this widget. I will have to investigate the code. Okay, we can get rid of this value now completely. One more check to see if everything works. Seems to work. Okay, why was I doing this?
Have a nice day.
You too. See ya. And we will still do more refactoring. Like this. Okay, so when we do a tick, we are actually recording the draw time. So actually the delta here so we just need to somehow emulate different delta t. I could cheat and modify the contents of the D value. Look at that, I'm creating a fake draw context here. Problem is I need to do it in two places. So here is the other. And that should fix the slow animation. Happened. Something crazy happened to macro recorder. Probably during the first frame we passed just a huge value.
Says, hello Patrick Nowak. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
So I speak Polish, but for inclusiveness on stream I use only English. Okay, maybe it makes sense to clump the fake D.
Patrick Nowak says,
Okay, get it.
Okay, now even though it's choppy, so the rendering is very framey, the animation still gets proper delta D. So it doesn't run in slow-mo anymore. Okay, now I actually think that in the draw function we shouldn't really be passing time here. We should just pass the canvas, probably. And those per display values, actually we don't need this anymore. We can totally get rid of this caching mechanism.
For how many years have you been programming? This looks like AI shit.
Since primary school. Yeah. So the original motivation, like for many people, it was to make games. Actually, I didn't get to make any games. I guess AUTOMAT is probably the first thing that could be called a game. It's almost a game, right? Okay, it's not great. Now when we have the first invalidation, the widget kind of springs. It thinks like it wasn't updated for the last second. So the animation immediately jumps to the final frame. Yeah, and the same here with opening the eyes. When it stops animating, I wait a second, then move my mouse over. Yeah, the eyes are immediately opened. They should open slowly. So I think when we invalidate the widget...
Is this your work or more like hobby stuff?
This is hobby stuff. This is not commercial, this is just for fun.
Nice.
I think when we do invalidate, let's go to widget. This invalidate draw cache. I think we should check if the invalidation was at infinity. Yes, and if it was, we are going to change the draw time. Steady now. Okay. Why is this const? Okay, this has to be const. I don't like this. Essentially, not. So that if the object was in this happy state where it rendered its texture and it thought it's like it finished rendering, like the macro recorder that has closed eyes, when we invalidate it for the first time, we will make it think that it was just drawn. The first invalidation after a long sleep. Okay, and this fixes the initial invalidation. Cool. Plenty of invalidations everywhere. Actually, maybe we should say that instead. Yeah. And we can remove this clamping. Still. Okay, I think the initial value could probably be different. Okay, I actually think the issue is because delta t was too large, or maybe it was too small. No, it must have been too large. I think the spring towards when the delta t is too large. This is what must be breaking this. Well, it is glitchy. Okay, it's kind of getting late. I think we did fix the choppy animation speed. Let's record some of the actions for the next stream. Okay, so on the next stream we'll be doing more fixes. So the panning, yeah, we can totally fix that. The timeline run button, yes, it doesn't work because we are doing the YOLO multi-threading. Which just happens to work, but also sometimes crashes. Then I wanted to do a lot of cleanups in animation HH. So I think we could get rid of these per display values. Because now each widget is instantiated per display. So this whole system that we created many streams ago for caching values cleverly is unnecessary. So this will simplify a lot of objects, I think we could get rid of this display altogether. Yeah, if animation display is gone, we can remove that. The timer and window could be properties of this draw widget. Was it listening? Okay, no. It's very good, the cursor or copilot. It's hard to say which one is doing those suggestions. We could possibly even get rid of draw context and just pass canvas and timer everywhere. Yeah, this will be a lot of cleanups. So when we do that, we can also move all the animation logic into widget update. And into the widget update, we could only pass the timer. Yeah. So I would like to totally separate those two functions. Okay, there is quite a lot of just cleanups ahead of us. But we need those cleanups to stay sane. other things I wanted to do. I also wanted to move the transform matrix for each widget. So each widget should hold its own transform matrix so that we could remove this transform to child, transform from child. This should go away. Maybe we could have a new function for updating texture bounds and transform. So right now we are calling this from pack frame. We are kind of manually updating each widget's. Not here, in step 2. Texture bounds. Or maybe we should keep this here. And when we have all of those things, we could also replace visit children with an iterator. This will make stack traces much cleaner. There will essentially be no stack traces once we have iterators. Yeah, when we do all that, I'm going to be so happy. The code base is going to be finally in a good state when we do all those things. But actually not. We have one more. Split widgets. Split widget from object. And this is actually the largest change in this list. I mean, yeah, it could be prohibitively large. Okay, so I actually don't know. Am I going to work more on code cleanups or maybe bug fixing? Because if we fix those two to-dos, then we can actually push this to GitHub. So the new rendering is going to be finally usable. It's actually going to improve the stability of AUTOMAT macro playback. So strange. Why are we not packing this object? This is going to be another investigation. It would be so nice to have something like Devin, like an AI agent that I could just leave with this like to-do list, come tomorrow and see if it managed to implement any of those things. Okay, so next stream we'll probably do a little bit of that and a little bit of that. We'll see how far we can get. So, see you on Monday. Bye.